Good evening. How are we all doing? I'm very tired. Been a very long week at the Dow Incorporated at the old office. I'm very happy it's the weekend, though it's not going to be as quiet as I would like. Morning, Shadow. How are you? I've got a wedding on, not my own, which will be nice. You know, it's nice to go to a wedding, but I would also like to just not wake up and stay in bed for all of Saturday. But que sera. So this is the first and only stream this week, unfortunately. Because, as I said, I've got a wedding tomorrow. I had a family engagement on Wednesday. Sorry. Next week will be slightly better. There'll be a Wednesday stream and a Friday stream, but no Saturday stream because I've got friends coming. A friend has come from Canada. So we're going to be hanging out on Saturday night. The week after, maybe a bit more regular? Yeah, maybe. I'll do my best at least. I've definitely never been a dance floor kind of person. I feel so incredibly white whenever the dance music starts. I don't know. I've got no rhythm. It feels like, and I've got a really strong sense of embarrassment / cringe, self-inflicted cringe. So I never really can let loose. But, you know, it's a good excuse to get together and see people I haven't seen for a while. Yeah, well, they'd be waiting a long time, because unless my mother is there and forces me up to fulfill my duties as a son, to you know, boogie down with her, then I will be firmly seated for as long as possible. How is everyone else's week going? Does anyone else have anything to look forward to for the weekend? I don't know why I have the fear of getting up and dancing. I really don't. I think it's because I am an incredibly shy individual. I'm very pleased that I cannot see any of y'all outside of a text message here and there, because I would be supremely put off by that, I think. Well, that's the trouble. I don't like drinking either. So I can't kind of trick myself into doing it by getting drunk. Anyway, I'm sure I'll have a tolerable time. And it's not really about my time, it's about whether they get married or not. And all signs point to them getting married, so that's good for them. Alright, let's try and boot up Horizon. And jump into this week. Try and unlock the Polaris. I did a little bit of research going for the Polaris this week, which apparently can be very quick on the circuits. Apparently the old one is all over the the Forza Rivals list, all over there. I'm just going to let it load in the background in the hope that it won't freeze the OBS capture. So I don't perform surgery on it live. Well, surely you've got to prefer that to anything D class or C class. Do be loading in. While that happens, I'm going to roll the dice. See if I can't get this to work. So I'm just trying one last time to see if I can get this speedometer to work. Yeah. You'd have to be a real chump to be grinding for the number 42 Extreme E. Like, there is no reason why you'd want to do that. The controller is not disconnected. I can see the cable plugged into it. Anyway. That would be pretty cool to have though. Might see if we can't get some Forza points. Get that. In the meantime, we'll get a navy plaid hoodie. So at least we got something for it. Okay, we're whipping out the Alpine. Nice.
Welcome back, comrade.
Let's see if we can get it to work. We've got to downgrade it a little bit. Oh wait, no we don't. Got another one. Let's customize this one instead. Very nice looking car, the Alpine. Or Alpine. The old one and the new one. Alright. See what we can do to her. Like, we could all-wheel drive her. But I feel that's not really keeping in the spirit of things, you know? Could turbo her. I think what we want to do at the very least, if we're not going to all-wheel drive her, we need fat rear tires. Yeah. That's why I'm trying to be very careful when choosing. Go street tires. Or do we go fat rear tires? Rally tires. And a spoiler. Not that one. That one. Get the tow hook. The kind of shocked Alpine face. Or is that more of a ooh face? Like that's a nice looking calf there. Alright, let's go stock then. Get some rally suspension. Get some anti-roll bars. Thank you, Sergeant. Get some proper disc brakes on this. Yes, it is a bit of a fish face. A bit of... Or the... I can't... I used to be able to do it pretty well, for lack of a better term, the dying pufferfish. The... As it's being fed a carrot. Probably want a better gearbox. We really only ever use the final drive, so we might as well do that. Rally diff. Sounding a lot more like a rally car already. No, we can't do any of that. All of that. Valves? Nope. No. Piston. No. Flywheel. Yes. I wonder why it is. I think it's because it lives in the shadow of other more recognizable cars. Like, this has got to be the same, or pretty close to being the same period as like the E-Type. Okay, we're still not getting anything out of the Speedo application. That's alright. Excuse me for 1 second. There we go. Takes a bit of time getting going in first gear. Probably don't need to have that much in the high end. Go out, brings the cars back. We want, I'm gonna say a little bit there and a little bit there. A blistering 6.1 seconds. You misspoke there, Shadow. A blistering. Leave that there. Yeah, we'll leave all that like that, and we'll see how much I end up regretting that. I realised I almost certainly didn't need to upgrade the brakes. We're not going to be going fast enough that we are going to be stressing stock brakes, I don't think. Yeah, it feels quick at least, even if the numbers say it's not super fast. I mean, 6.1 to 100 is still faster than my cars, for sure. And the exhaust upgrade is paying dividends. It sounds beautiful. let's see how we end up doing. Last week, if we all recall, we cast our minds back 7 days. Feels like an eternity. Actually, quite well. I came first in one of the trials. In fact, maybe more than one, I can't remember. But we did well. Let's see if we can replicate that and get a podium finish. Yeah, I mean, I'm not super surprised. I made the mistake, I guess you could say, of clicking on Facebook Marketplace, that is, of clicking on a mini Cooper or whatever listing, and now I'm getting a lot of them on my Marketplace front page. They seem to vary wildly, from like 30,000 to 60,000, depending on what it is. The green one's quite nice. I should have repainted mine. Okay, luckily the rest of them are, like, the opponents are stock. Yeah, but I imagine that's basically a husk of a car rather than an actual car, surely, for $500. Or it's got 11 million miles on it. Oh, everyone's blue. That is unfortunate. That's a sweet colour in that car. Very glad we put the tow hook on it. It's going to come in valuable, I'm sure. Was that a mini, sorry? I should have asked before, are those minis you were looking at, or are they Alpines? Surely the minis for the $500. Yeah, okay. I imagine a head gasket replacement would probably set you back quite a bit, though. Oh, you're going on the inside. Sorry, sir. Okay. Yeah, there'd be a lot of work to get it done. I see that. At least it's only a straight engine, I guess, and not like a boxer or a V. If I had a garage or something, I would definitely be very interested in a Mini Cooper. Well, we didn't place anywhere near the podium, but with the rest of the team, we have been carried to a victory as a team. It's lovely. I mean, the other thing is boxer engines, particularly from what I've heard, some of the higher displacement models Now, who is that fox gentleman there? Why do we have Nick Wilde as our team logo for that? Like, I know that, from what I've heard at least, so not what I know, from what I've heard, the 2.4 litre boxer engines can be particularly rough to deal with, in that they're very, compared to the 2 litre ones, I think it is, they're a lot more likely to have problems. Thanks, Shang Kowtow? Yeah. It's probably helped a little bit that the 4 litre twin turbo versions are not normally owned by, what's the word? Kind of racer boys. So they're not normally tuned to within an inch of their life. Climbing the ladder. We might get a podium yet. Lovely vista from up here. I was going to say, but Katya is catching up. Wolf! Welcome on in. How's your week been? Welcome to my first and last stream of the week. Podium! So we are not going as well as we were last time. In terms of our team. Last time we were handily beating them. This time, not so much. So we're getting better as I speak. For some reason, I really like the noise of these changes in this car. Sounds really nice. I can't kind of put into words why that's the case. Yeah, there's something great about the old-timey, particularly like the E-type exhaust in this game, I really like as well. Hey look, why is there Nick Wilde there? Where's my mouse? What's this fella doing? Huh? What's going on, blue team? Is he going for a kiss? For a smooch? Looks like he might be. Thank you, Sergeant. Yeah, come on now. We didn't approve for any others to join. Add that Quattro to the old garage. The other two. No, we didn't. Ooh, excuse me. We didn't look at what the other races are. This looks interesting. Homologation Heroes. I think I pronounced that correctly. Oh, hell yeah. We've got the M1. And we've also got the Peugeot. Alright, well, let's head to the garage. Unfortunately, ads are starting in about 30 seconds. So we'll drive to the garage, and then we'll have a look at what we're going to homologate. Now driving style. Go for a stock Jag. Thanks for that header. I doubt I can be bothered to do that. I'll be brutally honest to playground games. Okay, so I've definitely changed the gearbox in this car. I suppose it's all in the quest, now that I think about it. A reason for me to possibly do it is to get the 100 FP, to get that big boy car whose name escapes me. This fella, the Napier Railton. Yeah, isn't it like a Spitfire engine or something crazy like that in the Napier? Like it's a legit aircraft engine? Yeah. Damn. There really is no replacement for displacement. I almost missed my off-ramp, chat. I'm not super surprised, like I imagine...
In 400 meters,
I don't know, it would probably have been made for like a land speed record attempt or something, surely. Back when they used to do them on, you know, the tidal beaches in England or whatever. Okay, that is... Oh, sick. Ages ago. Quite literally 18 years ago. Or maybe not 18, maybe 16. I went to England and we went to the Bewley Motor Museum. That was really cool. Particularly because we went in winter. And we were apparently the only idiots in all of England, basically, to go to the Bewley Motor Museum that day in winter. So we had free reign of the place and could sit in some of the cars. How do I not own the Peugeot? That is a real shame. I do own the M1 though. And that is one of my favourite cars in this game. Yeah, I'd love to go back. There you are. Let's reset you. At the top of B. Let's try and homologate this properly. First things first. Fat rear tires. Secondly, we'll leave them stock. Oh, we'll go off-road for sure, yeah. Leave them stock, but I do want to change the rims so they're not as trash. Oh, did I now? I am very impressed then. So I have a sneaking suspicion that won't be the case for much longer. Goes sports brake, race suspension, get the anti-rolls going on, stiffen her up. Get a race transmission in you. Yeah, well, not that I care particularly about any of them, but I do not care for the drift zones at all. Sounds good. Sounds better. I'll go the whole hog. A big power. Get a flywheel change. That'll do. Oof. Big oof, wolf. My condolences. Yeah, I'm gonna put some paint on this bad boy. We've got some of Shadow's latest logos. So we should put that on the side. You can try, Wolf. You signed the terms and conditions when you joined this chat. All PI ratings are final until the next stream. And let's go for Totem. Go for these two. No, I doubt it. Not evidence the court will accept. Give these a bit of a flipperooski. And I think I'm just going to do some pretty stock standard GTs. It was good, thank you. It was just a family dinner. Because I had another thing on Thursday night, which is my normal family dinner night. Then, as I said, I've got... Oh, and I just need to check what the actual BMW colours are. The BMW M colours. That's right. Teal, navy blue, and red. On a white car. Now, why have we decided to pop up the Windows Explorer here, guys? Cute. Change the color. Ah, that's fine. I've got a reference. Kind of like that. And the next one is kind of like that. And the next one's just a red. That's 0. Now we get the red one. We put here in line with that rear vent. Kinda like that. I'll move that one further out actually. Bit like that. This one. Bit more like. Now I'm just gonna do the same at the back. Okay, we've copied them all. I gotta paste them. Oh, that's very civilized. I didn't know you could move them all at once. Very nice. What is stamping the vinyl, Shadow? Coming together. Wrong way. Go. Oh, I see. Okay. Good to know. It's time, dude. That looks pretty professional. But the colors... Hold on, let me zoom in. The colors are back to the front. Bollocks. How bothered can I be? I'm gonna say not that bothered. So I will change it to be a little bit lighter. Oh, but I'll choose the back one so I can see what I'm doing. Coming closer to that, it looks like badge. That's what it is currently. That's what seems to be on there. Do that. How are they doing? Is this your army brother? No, it's always nice to catch up with someone, particularly a family member who you haven't talked to in a while. Alright, I think we look pretty tight. Pretty funky fresh. A real M car. I think it is too, actually. I'm almost tempted, no offense, to take off your logos just so I can save it to the gallery. But we might do that later. In the meantime, we've got some races.
Turn around when it is safe to do so. In 100 meters, turn right.
Sounding good also. I just want to tune the steering a touch because it is quite lazy. Throw it that way a little bit. Increase the caster. And the toe. Take this down a touch. Alright, let's try that out. True army life, just grinding destiny. Join the ADF and you too can grind out destiny.
400 meters, turn sharp left. Turn sharp left.
Oh yeah, there was a new DLC for Destiny, I forgot. I kind of always forget that Destiny exists until a DLC or whatever comes out. Wait, I could probably have just mirrored the...
Turn sharp right. Turn sharp
Could have probably just selected all three of these stripes on each face, front, top, and back, and just done the flip so they aligned with the colors on the M1 badge. Okay. Well, we're going to be doing that next time we do a garage. Yeah, it does. I'm very pleased that it came out very nicely. So I've never liked this car for its double BMW badges at the back. If I ever owned one, which is increasingly unlikely, I would almost certainly have those removed somehow. Even though I know I wouldn't be in a third-person view driving it. Just the fact that it's got got symmetrical BMW badges, but only one set of exhaust pipes on the left, really annoys me. I'd much prefer it if it was the other way around. One exhaust pipe and then symmetrical exhaust. One BMW badge and then symmetrical exhaust pipes.
You have arrived at your destination.
Alright, let's homologate this. We're also on stock tires only, if I remember correctly, which might be a mistake. Damn, that understeer though. Pretty quick in a straight line. There's not someone in front of us. What? How are we? About 260, looks like. 260 kilowatts? How many channel points do we have, Wolf? Nice, dude. Nice. The funny sex number. I was so disappointed. My current car is on 71,000 kilometers. And at some point last year, I made a point of noticing that I was on 69,000 kilometers. And that in about 400 kilometers, I would be on 69,420. And I didn't take a photo of it. I drove straight past that. At this point it's been too long, so I can't just drive it backwards. Well, at least that's free, so you're not spending challenge points for that. Alright, the stock tires aren't holding me back as much as I thought they might. That's nice. Please don't hack my car, Wolf. Unless you're gonna hack it to make it go faster, in which case carry me. You know how you can do, what's the word, like white hat hacker courses? They are a thing apparently. You can like learn to hack. How is the, and you can do it on an online university. How is it that that's not like the first thing, the first test is whether you're paying for the course or not, right? Surely. Or as if, like, for the final exam, the professor doesn't proudly say that he's emailed himself the answers. And I'll just leave it at that, and he walks out of the room. From what I've heard, there are. It's not something I've taken. I've only ever done a little bit of like Python at university, Python scripting. And even that was a little bit much, to be honest. It's a whole nother language programming. It's crazy. Try and increase the oversteer. Or at least neutralize the understeer. Try that out. Oop. No, I don't want to show off my accolades particularly. Okay, that one drives that way. That one drives the other way. Okay, so gonna go in different directions. Okay, we've definitely increased the oversteer. Oh yeah, of course. That's your thesis, your master's program is to hack the Pentagon. Or like the tax office or something. And again, I wonder if it would be harder to hack, for example, the Apple or the Microsoft main servers rather than it would be to hack Pentagon. I don't know. That's pretty high stakes. Yeah. Well, let's be honest, I'm not getting any money out of this currently anyway, so... Maybe turn down the stiffness on the anti-roll a little bit so the oversteer is not quite as aggressive. Yeah, it's hard to know how many times we've had our memory wiped by the Men in Black. Great films, by the way. Well, the first two at least. The third one was a bit eh. I think that's primarily because Tommy Lee Jones wasn't in it. The pairing of Tommy Lee Jones and Will Smith is just perfect for that kind of buddy cop stuff. Therapy for all the times you've had your mind wiped by the Men in Black. Because if that's the case, I might have to warn you. Your therapist could be a man in black. Another reason why I like this car is because it sounds so very nice. Oh. We all want Will Smith as our therapist. Because if we get hysterical, he can slap it out of us. Yeah, reject shop Will Smith, Will Smith.
Turn left.
Or we have Will Smith at home, Will Smith at home, Will Smith. Will Smith, actually it should be. W-O-L-L.
Turn left.
Space M-S-M-O-T-H. Wall Smith. Wall S'mores. I don't think I've ever actually had s'mores now you say that. Maybe once, ages ago.
400 meters. Turn left.
Either that or it sounds like you're having a stroke while trying to remember what your favourite actor is. Oh, it's kind of like, what's his name? Wall S'more. I had a Pop-Tart ages ago. Can't say it wasn't that great, or at least not that memorable. I mean, partly because they're so expensive in Australia too. Or at least they were when I had it. Of course, now I can't have it because I can't eat the old wheat. So I need to wait for them to release a rice-based Pop-Tart. I actually want to get my Pop-Tart on these days. Thank you, Sergeant. Then again, for the most part, I'm not a huge fan of American sweets or whatever.
You have arrived at your destination.
I mean, obviously, For any Americans in the chat, maybe cover your ears, but American chocolate is objectively trash compared to basically the rest of the world. Certainly compared to Australian or English chocolate. Not to mention the high caliber stuff like Belgian chocolate and all that stuff. That's not unreasonable. I think when I mean, it might be compared to the actual price of them, but when I bought it, it would probably have worked out to be about 2.75 or 3 quid for just one Pop-Tart, which I think worked out to, I think it was a packet of 2. But they were a lot more of a exotic luxury back then, like a pineapple in the colonial period. A delicacy from a far-off land that you could probably have displayed on your dining room table if I didn't eat it, to show off your wealth to visitors. Behold, I have a Pop-Tart. Pull me forward. Okay, still not cornering quite as well as I would like. I have to work on it a bit more. I really cannot remember anything about them. They were, I mean, it was a long time ago, but I think they were quite remarkable in my opinion. Definitely not worth the money. That does sound nice. I haven't had a hot breakfast in a long while. We would have a special breakfast on a Sunday, but that was normally my mother making pancakes. Not that that's a bad thing, but that's what it was, and that was really quite nice. Or sometimes it was like pre-made supermarket croissants. I should try and get some croissants actually, because you can get gluten-free ones. They aren't too bad. Have them for a Sunday breakfast. We should take this online and see how much we get thrashed afterwards on our points. I'd say we're going to get thrashed quite a bit. The only time we ever really have bacon growing up for breakfast, and even now, is the continental breakfasts or whatever at hotels, or if you're, you know, at a cafe and you order one. Like, there's nothing stopping me, except for maybe my doctor, from cooking it in the morning for myself, but it's such a hassle. I mean, isn't that what grandmothers are for, though?
Turn right.
Whatever reason, it seems the stereotype is that grandmothers, for whatever reason, seem to think that their daughters or sons are just starving the grandkids. Maybe it was the... Yeah, maybe it was the living through the depression, perhaps. You never know when you're gonna, you know, when you're gonna have a good meal next, so you might as well have a big one now. I've often wondered if, just on the depression, if the... That's right. I forgot about curly hair, crust causing curly hair. I don't know if I was ever kind of indoctrinated into that. I definitely wasn't a subscriber to it. I heard it on programs and stuff, but never really outside of TV, the curly hair crust stuff. Yeah, I can only have my hair so curly.
Arrived at your destination.
Maybe she wanted it just to be in, like, somehow all curl in the same direction, so it was like a wave, just cube on your head. Vroom indeed. Vroom vroom indeed. I just realized what they need to add into this game. I don't know if you'd understand the web reference, Wolf, but I'm pretty sure Shadow might, and others in chat might as well. They need to add Brum to this game. And it's kind of a travesty that they didn't add Brum in Horizon 4. Brum was... I remember Brum fondly. Wolf, is this some zoom-in thing that I'm too old to understand? I'll admit, I have a TikTok. I have not posted anything on it, and I don't think I've watched anything on it either. I made it just because I was like, yeah, I should put some like stream content out on there. And not just on the Twitter, not that I do much on that either. And then I didn't do anything with it. Yeah, I mean, they're talking about it all over the place, aren't they? Speaking of which, let's just plug the Twitter. I do my best to keep everyone up to date on what's happening on the stream in terms of whether I'm streaming or not, the more pertinent things on that. So if you want to keep up to date, drop a follow there and I'll do my best to keep you up to date. Is he one of those guys that, what's the word? Is he one of those guys that takes, like, shoes from a river, just covered in mud, and then restores them? Because some of that stuff is really quite impressive. I haven't watched any of it myself, but, Hisaki Desu, a streamer that I often raid out to, is a bit of a sneakerhead. And I saw one of them on that stream, and it's really impressive what they can do in terms of recovering what it used to be. At the wall? Down at the wall. I realized too late I was understeering. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. That came out really well. I was kind of a bit iffy about the face, and then I put it on and I was like, no, that's just Nico's face if he was a fox. A melanistic fox. Bring it up in a second just to show the rest of the chat once we finish this race and get the W. Alright, there shouldn't be anything super spicy. Yeah, that swing set is such a great glitch. Like, I would love to know why that... This is the swing set, just for those who aren't aware of what we're talking about. The swing set glitch from GTA 4. I would love to know what it is that causes it to happen. Because it can't be intentional, surely. Unless it is like a Easter egg or something. But I wonder if it's just like a stack overflow or something, where the power of the swing just goes up exponentially, and because they never really thought it was going to happen, they didn't bug test it or QA it. Those emergent pieces of gameplay are really funny. Like the classic Gandhi glitch in Civilization, where in the first one he had 0 aggression. So if you took out policies that reduced the aggression of enemies, it would force him to the other end of the spectrum to like loop around. So instead of being, 0 aggression, he was then on 12, which is where the nuclear Holocaust inflicting Gandhi comes from. And it's now just such a staple of the series. Why have you been excited, Wolf? Tell the audience. Tell the class. Yes, they have. When I finally get my 3D model figured out, not only will I put it in here and upgrade from the PNG, that has served us well, I might like to add, but there apparently are ways to add in a 3D model into Valheim so you can play as a VRM or whatever. So I could play as my persona, which is kind of neat. But Valheim does look like a very cool game. Interesting. Crossplay is such a huge thing. It's crazy that just 10 years ago or whatever, it was impossible. It couldn't possibly happen. How could we possibly have crossplay? And now it's almost expected. Really nice. Yeah, for survival games, for this game, I can play against Xbox players quite easily. For War Thunder, a game I've been playing an atrociously large amount of over the past couple of months, I think I can play against basically anyone apart from a Nintendo Switch. And the only reason I can't play against them is because the game's not out on it. Yeah, it's such a godsend crossplay. And I imagine like the what's the word? The developers are a fan of it as well, because it would make it harder for your game population to collapse because you've got everyone playing on the same servers. Thank you, Sergeant, by the way. Okay, beef 700. Don't know, I was going for an F down there. Beef 500, B700, Modern Rally. We own all of them except for the most recent one. Yeah, it's like a thank you for. It's not something that the player gives out. It's just something that the system gives out as a thank you for doing something. As far as I know. Then again, I imagine if you don't thank the person who gives you the car, maybe the guy doesn't get a kudos. I don't know. That was the big thing that everyone was playing towards back during the Christmas event. Okay, 2008 and 2004. Those are the STIs I'm going to look at tonight. Okay. What am I doing? I'm looking for a garage. Closest one is probably this one in terms of ease to get.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
Yeah, so if you gave away a lot of yes goes, you could probably get a lot of kudos. But as far as I know, the kudos, aside from the community Secret Santa things that they did, don't really have any purpose.
Turn left.
What did you do now, Wolf? What did you spend your money on? Yeah, basic one. Oh, okay. It wasn't like you invested in NFTs or something and then the market collapsed. McLaren F1 GT. Well, this is a cool car. I feel like outside of people starting the game, the gifting system isn't really that useful for the most part. I've really used it, I mean, the vast majority of the times I've used it is just to get rid of duplicates. Yeah, or that. And more often than not nowadays, I'm just selling it for credits. Imagine if some absolute gamer, for example, just bought up all the DeLoreans on the, or some rare car on the marketplace and sold them instead of put them back on the auction house. So just reducing the number of DeLoreans. Alright, Subaru, where you at? Let's get an SDI. Excuse. Let's break out a hatchback, actually. Why do you have two DeLoreans, Wolf? That's a lot of DeLoreans. Got a hot hatch going on. Well, that's a bit of a whoopsie. Bit of a whoopsie doodle. Slightly better tires. Slightly nicer rims. Yeah, for those ones. Any body kits? No. Not really. That is a shame. Can I get some better brake? It needs to be rally. Well, actually, if it needs to be rally, why are we doing this? We've got the other one. Yeah, you're not wrong there. But I feel like this is too plebeian to be the Batman car. I feel like Batman drives a classier car. What does this car have on it? This car... Damn it, this car is a race car. So I need to upgrade, go back and upgrade the other one to a rally car. Had the wrong end of the stick. But I already had a rally car, so I was building a race car. When I already, in fact, I already had a race car and should have been building a rally. Hey, Liz. Well, that's nice that that's redeeming properly. I'll just ask it myself then. Do you prefer being hot or cold? I personally prefer being cold. I find it much easier to warm up than it is to cool down. Yeah, it's been really hot all of a sudden here as well. Yeah, there's only so many layers you can take off before it's just like, well, I'm stuck. At least particularly with the computer I'm next to. Quite easy to warm up. Rally, diff. I am just unfortunately quite a sweaty individual. Yeah, that would not be a very cool environment. Designs can we put on this car? Let's see what other people have done to this car. What a great paint scheme this one is. Huge. Why is that one's not higher up? I'm just gonna paint it because I can't be bothered to do much else. Oh, excuse me, chat. Very rude. Painter blue. Get it done. Well, at least it looks at business. Get the lime calipers. Check. Carbon fiber wing mirrors. Check. A carbon fiber wing, just for the hell of it. Real boy racer energy up in here. Save to car. Boogity boogity boogity, let's go racing. Now where am I going racing? Better not be on the other side of the map, otherwise I'll be very annoyed. It's kind of in the middle. Still annoyed.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
A little bit of oversteer. I'm not sure I want that. He's quite nimble. Oh, Wolf has the question of the day. Alright, Wolf, what is the question of the day? Well, now hold on, we need to explain who is Nico
In 400 meters, turn
who's
right.
Nico. I'm assuming Nico is the GTA 4 main character who loves
Turn
bowling
right.
with his cousin. But what about Nico 3K?
200
Who are they?
meters, turn right. Turn right.
I just want to understand the choices I'm making.
Turn left. Turn left.
Nico's Nico? I'm gonna go just with Nico. I feel it's less aggressive. And I think we can all agree that Nico's the kind of guy who operates better in a more relaxed environment. Like, it's better for everyone if Nico's a bit more relaxed. In a bit more for acceleration. And down faster a touch as well. And the anti rolls. Try that out. Ugh. That was actually quite good. In terms of getting me good. A little better. It'd be really interesting to see like a documentary about the origin of those horror noises. Like the classic violin strings kind of sounding like spiders crawling. Yes, they did, didn't they? Well, if it ever comes on sale, I can highly recommend picking it up.
At the roundabout, take the second
It might come on
exit.
sale
At the
around
roundabout,
Halloween.
take the second exit.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, music and sounds are absolutely crucial in terms of making the atmosphere
Turn sharp left.
of anything, a movie, a video game.
In 400 meters, turn left.
I must confess, I've never played a FNAF game. Not
Turn
even
left.
one. Should think about doing that. Maybe this Halloween
You
or
have
something.
arrived at your destination.
This spooky month. But they are really quite a much of a muchness. For me, at least. Yes, Wolf, and what is that? Thank you, Sergeant. Yes, that is another one. Because for the most part, I've kind of avoided playing horror games on my own, at least before I started streaming. back, or how has your week been? Good, I trust. Good. Gonna press the button. Now, press the button. Oh well. You got something to look forward to on the weekend at least, Aurora? Yeah, I mean, I've only seen interesting or like funny videos come out of it. More criticism. Mini 4-wheel drives, are they like the remote controlled cars? I didn't realise until the other day. I probably shouldn't have taken off-road tires. So what are mini 4-wheel drives that are slot cars? On like a off-road slot car track of sorts. I was going to say, I saw a video of different RC cars, and I didn't realise that there is a market for rock climbing RC cars. I didn't even consider that as a market. I just thought RC cars were irregular racing ones and some drift ones. That's impressive. Aurora, is that something you do? Like, is that something you own, or do you go somewhere? I always like the idea of slot cars. I think they're quite cool. That's pretty cool. Like I don't know if everyone in the chat will recall the Scale Electric stuff that they used to advertise. That was very cool. Or at least I thought the idea of it was very cool. Yeah, sure, Aurora. I'd be interested to have a look. Well, you've got one up on me, because I don't think I've ever actually driven a bumper car. I remember the Scale Electric's kind of, I don't know if it's still around, but it kind of died a death when, I don't know, I feel like when computers and video games kind of took off. It took a little while for them to realise. I think they're still around here, but they're definitely not what they used to be in terms of popularity. Like I said, I like the idea of them, but, you know. I mean, bumper cars are basically just a demolition derby for kids / the public. Thank you for sending it through, Aurora. I'll have a look at it. I think out of all of them, the one, like all of those kind of model transport things, I guess you'd call them, because I'd love to have a look at, I've always loved to have a look at model trains. I don't know if it's a thing elsewhere, but at least in Australia it's not uncommon to have like model train shows at community centres and stuff. And just seeing the dioramas and all the stuff moving and stuff, looks sick. Well, apparently the RZR, the new Polaris, is really quite good. I've never particularly liked the side-by-sides or UTVs, whatever you want to call them. But apparently, if you're into that kind of thing, it's quite good. Get overtaken, Joe. It's just unfortunate from what I've seen that it doesn't have much in the way of customization outside of what you'd expect the buggy to be used for. Like, I think it would be really cool if you could put drag tires on it and slam it to the ground or something, you know? A bit of unexpected uses. But I imagine Polaris had as much to do with that as Playground Games did. Okay, we were quite a bit faster than everyone else. 10 seconds faster than 2/3 of the pack. So the ads are about to start soon. I'm probably going to get a drink during the ads. I advise you all to hydrate as well, lest you incur the wrath of Stay Healthy Bot. Okay. Well, thank you for that update. Alright. I'm gonna go get some water. I'll see you all in a little bit. I have returned. So that was not at all what I expected, Aurora. So the cars themselves don't have the... like, they're not attached to the track in the same way that they are in a slot car. They more sit in the track like a Hot Wheels car, and they've got their own battery in them. Is that the case? Just Cause 3 is good fun. I really enjoy that. And as weird as it sounds, I really like the handling model of the cars in Just Cause 3.
Turn around when it is safe
well,
to
that
do
was
so.
embarrassing.
In 100 meters. Turn
Okay,
left.
interesting. So it's kind of... you have to, I guess, decide on the different things and then put them in the track and hope it all works out.
At the roundabout, take the second exit.
Well, I might, but I've got to finish GTA 4 first. I've also got Just Cause 4 through Game Pass. It's alright, but it's definitely not quite as good as the Just Cause 3's. Interesting. So there must be a lot of work, like, before the race to make sure it's all gonna play out right in terms of downforce and what have you, I imagine. Yeah, it was. Okay. So out of curiosity, Roy, how much does one of these vehicles set you back? I imagine it's like a lot of other things where you can spend basically as much as you want. Yeah, because in theory I imagine it's not a super complex thing if you don't want it to be. Brother, let me pass. Don't make me fight you for it. Brother. Okay. Oh yeah, of course, carbon fiber parts. Yeah. I can't recall if I finished the campaign in Forza Horizon 3 actually. Yeah, we do. Oh, yes, yeah. With the kind of, attribute editor or whatever. Thank you, Sergeant. Thank you for plugging the channel. Oh, that's cool. You know, it had like obscenely large tires and stuff. Like a meter wide. get the required traction to get it up to speed. But I guess it makes sense. It's like a lot of those kind of hobby things where you can really spend as much as you want. From basically nothing to a year's salary. Oh, wow. I noticed that they had... so you've obviously got the 4 tyres on the ground, like a car. And then there were also 2 little kind of guide tyres at the front. Does tyre compound come into it at all in terms of like the drivetrain? And I guess the other question, Aurora, is what made you get into it? Because it's a little bit niche. I mean that politely as possible. At least it's civilized and we go from one race to the other. That's a very bright shed over there. Oops, someone will put that going a little
400
bit.
meters. Turn left.
My closest thing to that kind of
Turn left.
hobby is probably camera stuff.
In 400 meters, you will arrive at your destination.
Okay, interesting. I find it interesting compared to remote control cars in that there's very little interaction with your vehicle when it's in motion. So it takes it's more of an engineering sport, I guess, rather than a racing skill sport. All right. Aurora, what's B-Max? Oh, that's a different category, isn't it? Builder's Max, yeah. How dare, Wolf. We're trying to have a serious discussion about B-Maxes and opens, and you're just farting right all over it. Getting some Aurora lore right from the horse's mouth. Interesting. Imagine in terms of like motors and parts, there's quite a bit of crossover between this and more conventional remote control cars. Ah, interesting. Oh, okay. And they're electric motored? Or like nitro? Like some of the more Ute RC cars. Yeah, okay, I thought so. Given that that video took place inside, I figured it was going to be electric. Fascinating. I'd never even heard of this thing, hobby, sport. You said you could either be like front, mid, or rear engine. Does that mean that there's like a proper transmission of sorts? Or is that just like a euphemism for the battery is, and therefore the most of the weight? Wow, okay. There are a lot of, or at least there seems to be a lot of quite serious engineering decisions that need to be made in your car setup. Okay, so pretty niche in Australia. We've had just a casual 7-year lull. No, not 7 years. Almost 9 years, going on a decade almost. Lull in the sport. I'm sure it'll pick back up any second now. I guess part of the trouble is that you need someone to have a track, and then they don't look small, given that video you sent through. I don't know where the gnome went. Whereas with like an RC car, for example, you could just do it in a car park or something. Yeah, because it wouldn't be easy to just kind of throw it together. A lot faster. A lot faster than everyone else in that one. Okay, well we got the RZR. I mean, it's obviously fart reverb, Wolf. You're basically the only person who uses it, and that's the most played one of yours. Dedicated rallycross event. Let's have a look at a dedicated rallycross event, chat. I'm dedicated to rallycross, just like this event is.
In 400 meters, turn left. Turn left.
have to do it after stream. Sorry, for whatever reason the in-stream kind of display for the sound alerts is very different to the out-stream. Oh, excuse me, yawning. The week is catching up with me. Yeah, I had a feeling that would be the case. Oh yes, congratulations. Just adding to that number, huh? Fair enough. Oh, I had to stop an alarm, so I ran into a wall. How did the debut go for your VTuber? And what kind of trials car is it? That might be a dumb question.
Recalculating route.
Is it for like time trial stuff or? Yeah. I think that could be interesting. Seeing people work on the
In 400 meters, turn
cars. Is that what you call them, a car? I mean, I don't know what else you'd call it, a cart perhaps? That sounds sick as hell, Shadow. I've been meaning to try and figure out how to do
You have arrived at your
like
destination.
PowerPoint presentations through OBS in an attempt to, like, I'd want to, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, give a lesson almost on the basics of photography, that kind of stuff. Just things that I'm interested in, you know? There's another streamer on here called Cinder Collie, who's a nurse, and I've seen them do lectures on nursing stuff, and I'd like to try and do something like that, but with something I know, obviously, rather than nursing, because I know nothing about nursing. Oh, I was looking at the chat. Oh yes. That's a special stream layout that comes out when I'm needing to set up a framing narrative for a game. Like, at some point, it's possible that the funding for Jow Inc. might be so bad that I'll have to go into the lawnmower business. So the Office PNG will come out again and I'll have to put that forward. Damn it. Yeah, that is something I have thought about. Just getting like a relatively cheap lavalier mic or whatever and taking you all on like a sunset photography thing or something. Having my phone in like a breast pocket with the camera facing out so you can kind of see what's going on. I'm always amazed at how smooth these tracks are. But this one's got real Mad Max vibes to it. I honestly don't know, Shadow. I think the answer is probably yes, just due to technical difficulties. Whether it'll be an intentional one is another matter. How dare, Aurora. I am an actual Australian. I'm not like Russell Crowe or whatever, who's actually a Kiwi. No, fair enough, Shadow. I'm never quite sure how I feel about face reveals for some people. At one end, I'm just always, I don't know, almost like gossip, like I'm very interested in it. But at the other end, I'm also kind of like the Muppets. I don't necessarily want to see who's actually controlling Kermit the Frog. I'm more than happy just to have Kermit the Frog as Kermit the Frog. I actually haven't seen it. I have not seen the 12 Apostles. Well, I think there's actually only 11 now. Maybe less, I can't remember. One of them, at least one of them has fallen into the ocean just due to erosion and what have you. Couldn't hold on any longer. But it's one of those things, like, I haven't realised that I haven't seen it until right now, basically. Like, I hadn't gone to the Sydney Opera House until 3-4 years ago. I don't know how I pulled that off. But I almost... In the same way that you forget about things that are just in your city, I just forgot about the Opera House. It just is. I don't necessarily have an urge to go see it, I guess, because I could in theory go see it anytime I want, so I end up just not seeing it. Yeah, it would have been pretty cool to see. And if nothing else, if you had gotten a photo of it collapsing, you could have made a lot of money on the newspaper. Yeah, I think the 12 Apostles definitely have... Well, are they on some sort of World Heritage listing? Probably. I definitely can understand where you're coming from, even as an architect, or a person who works in architecture. Just the natural wonder of the 12 Apostles is very impressive. You can also... Okay, we've got to get the Subaru right. We've only got to get one more point. You come and check out the Three Sisters as well. Another piece of Australiana. Up in the Blue Mountains, just... what's the direction I'm looking for? West of Sydney? I mean, people go to see the Opera House for the same reason they go and see the Eiffel Tower, right? It's just a landmark that is emblematic of the city or the country. Like, the Eiffel Tower is not inherently special per se. There are plenty of other... Uluru is off limits in terms of climbing, but you can still visit it. Like, you can walk around and whatever. I didn't really think about it until they were talking about the climbing ban. Oh, there's another event lab. But it was the same one. Don't mind if I do. But when I thought about it, I didn't quite understand why you'd want to climb Uluru. It's in the middle of the Australian outback, which is probably one of the flatter biomes on Earth. So it's not like there's anything you could really see from up there. It's not like the Eiffel Tower or whatever where you can look off and see all the different elements of the city. It's just a big rock in the middle of a big flat desert. I mean, I'm sure I'm oversimplifying things. But I think it's more impressive to look at the rock rather than look at stuff from the rock. I mean, a lot of Australia can be quite hostile in terms of their creatures. What am I looking for? I'm looking for a car that's fast to get from one end of the map to the other. I think I got an Audi R8. This is embarrassing. I do not know Monday. Give me one sec. Wow, okay, yeah, that's pretty barren. But it's got a certain je ne sais quoi. Clearly a lot of Mad Max fans. Yeah, I mean, the creatures aren't that bad, you just got to respect them. Thank you, Aurora. You have a good breakfast, sir, and enjoy your weekend. And if you're around, I'll see you on Wednesday. I'm kind of similar, actually, now that I think about Shadow. I'd love to go to like the Scottish Highlands and have a look at some of the filming locations for Skyfall. Head to the Shetland Islands and have a look at some of the Shetland Islands, the filming location for Shetland, the TV series. And yeah, I almost certainly have done some work to the exhaust. That is one of the first things I do ever since they introduced different noises for the exhaust upgrades. Go through and figure out if I want to change them up. Yeah, that's another good one. Because a lot of those are really impressive. Also, it's a little bit cliche, particularly for those who own cameras. Going to Iceland would be quite interesting too. Yeah, that'll be sick. I've been to Edinburgh 2 decades ago now, though. No, not 2 decades, just 1 decade. But I'd love to go back. It was a nice city. Whom is David, a wolf? Are we talking about David Attenborough? I'd really like to get on, like, fly into London and then catch a train from like London to Aberdeen or something, stopping on the way. David Attenborough. I do wonder if the BBC have like an AI of his voice, so they don't have to replace the voice when he moves on from this mortal coil. Because I don't know about you guys, but he is the documentary voice for me, Phil. Yeah, right? Crazy. Sorry, sir.
At the roundabout, take the second exit.
Congratulations. Wolf. Where were you flying to? Oh. That's fine. It's fine. It'll buff out. It's made to take that kind of damage.
Turn left.
That's why you pay the $200,000.
Turn left. In 400 meters, turn right.
That's right, we're going. I completely forgot where we're going for a second. We're going to the other event lab.
Turn right.
I really like the slightly older R8s where you could have a V8 on them. Just because they don't have the kind of double flare for the intakes that these ones have. Nice. Flying is... I love flying just because it's so, I don't know, crazy that we can do it.
Destination.
So otherworldly seeing, particularly for the cloudy day, seeing the clouds from above. Like, how many people before us wondered what they look like from above, you know? Okay, what are we gonna do? We could drive a Wrangler? We could drive a truck. I don't think I've ever driven the truck. Let's drive the truck. Yeah, getting thrust back into your seat. Obviously I haven't flown for a few years, no particular reason. Just personal choice, obviously. And I try and make a point of appreciating the fact that I am, like, defying gravity when I take off. Taking a moment to be like, damn, this is actually happening. The food, I mean, the last time I flew international was a couple of years ago. But the food isn't terrible. Oh, we're going this way. Or are we going that way? Okay, we could have gone straight ahead. Interesting. Big jump. Big jump. Ah, that's right, you're off to Arizona? Utah. I was close. I was at least in the same, like, semi-correct area of the States. That'll be bloody hot, though. Utah in oh, it's only May. Didn't be too bad. Make sure you pack shorts. And sunscreen. I don't think I've actually... No, I haven't. The closest I've been to Utah is, what's the word? Las Vegas, Nevada. And or the Grand Canyon. Thank you, Sergeant. Wolf, you've been trained well. Wolf, Shadow's benefit is quoting Australian government guidelines but how to prevent sunburn and, by extension, melanoma. Oh, really? Okay. I remember the ad campaigns, the slip, slop, slap ones. What is it? Slip on a shirt, slop on some sunscreen, and slap on a hat. Check yourself in the sun. What if we go this way? Ah! What really got to me, well, not scared per se, but what was definitely off-putting for me as a child was our smoking ads, particularly back in like the 2000s and 90s, were really quite confronting. Like they'd literally show, I don't think it wasn't actual, but they would literally show at least a recreation of a smoker's lung being removed and them just kind of wringing the tar out. Yeah, those kind of ads really did their job on me and put me off smoke. Yeah, that's not going to help for keeping cool in Utah. You're gonna have to get some lighter color ones or something. Aside from meeting, well, yeah, gotta plug the merch, obviously. I'm not gonna begrudge that. Aside from meeting BF, do you have any other plans for your time in the States? Like, are you just spending it all in Utah, or are you going outside of Utah? Well, Utah's the Mormon one, right? Oh, nice. Sounds like you've got a good trip ahead of you there. Where would you want to go on the trip to? Do like a Route 66 while you're there, or? Hire a convertible Mustang and head on over to New Orleans or something? Super wheel spin and a Subaru Brat. And I guess the other question is, how long are you going for? Yeah, I mean, when in Rome, right? Oh, 3 weeks, lovely, plenty of time to check things out. When in Rome, right, you gotta at least try and hire like a convertible Mustang like every other tourist going to the States. Brat. Big brat energy. Let's hop in the brat. Is the base a V6? Is it? I'm pretty sure for us the base is actually a 4-cylinder. At least down under it is. I'm pretty sure it's the EcoBoost engine from the Focus ST. Feel the speed, chat. Just look at that speedometer shoot up. Look at that wood finish. Lovely. heard an interesting story relayed about this car. There's a reason that there are 2 seats in the back. And that's because to avoid American tariffs, this strictly isn't a ute or a pickup truck. This is a family car with 4 seats. So, protection, okay, I'm going to try it this time with English. The tariffs that the government, the US government, had put in to try and protect their own pickup truck production didn't count for this car because it was a family car. So it could just get in. Very clever. Those Japanese and their clever ways around the tariffs, like Lexus and Acura and Infiniti for Nissan. Forgot about them. Because I think the reason those exist, at least in part, is because there were limits on the amount of cars that each brand could import. So rather than accepting that laying down, for lack of a better term, they decided to make offshoot brands so they could import twice as much. Alright, I'm gonna be honest, chat. I need a few more beans. She's a wee bit slow. Oh yeah, they almost certainly have the flat selection that they often do. From Subaru to Porsche. Alright, let's see what we can do with this bad boy. What can we do suspension-wise? That's another interesting question. Okay, so we can absolutely slam it to the ground. What if we made a race bright? What would that look like? We want sport tires for sure. And this is all-wheel drive, so let's leave them at regular thickness for now. But what of the engine? We can get a 2, 2.5. There she is, there's the Porsche. Let's see what we can do with this one though. Stop. Getting better. Ready off that one. That one sounds the best to my ear. Upgrade the carburetor. Oh, what did I do? Oh no. Pay attention. I'm gonna have to do a quick goggle of what the Subaru SVX. Ah, this one. Flat 6 and a 4-speed automatic. And it was succeeded, at least according to Wikipedia, by the BRZ. Things you learn. Okay, first things first, let's get some actual brakes in this. Okay, hold on. What if we do transmission? So the top speed is not going up at all. Unpoppers. Yeah, it would. I've got a huge soft spot for Grand Tourers. It's a shame that the Grand Touring coupe and or sedan is a dying breed. As a SUVs kind of take hold. What if we go top of B class? Let's supercharger. Let's be different. I find it, I've mentioned it before, but I do find it wild that the Volkswagen Motor Group is releasing what they call the ID cars, which are their electric versions of, you know, the Golf or whatever. It just seems weird that they're kind of killing off the Golf nameplate. Yeah. Get rid of unnecessary bumpers. Now we don't need any downforce. Four-wheel drive. Baby. Tires. Lose some weight on the rim. We're gonna have to make them a bit bigger though, chat. They look a bit anemic on there. Need to give them some beef. Let's go for something different. Let's do that one. I don't think car culture is going to die per se. I think it's just going to be very different to what it was. Have I not upgraded the brakes on this car? That's unwise. Much better. Now that is a ball in Subaru. I think you're right. There's going to be a lot of people who, like yourself, will just kind of call it quits when the ICE calls it quits too. But I think there'll be a lot of new, almost hacker types who appreciate the electric engine and what have you. That's better. Just gonna have to bring the noise. I'm gonna find it interesting what like a racing sim rig looks like in 20 years' time. When there aren't, you know, I don't know about Formula E, but electric cars don't commonly have ears. So I think that'll be interesting. I actually think a brown works well for this kind of vibe. But I just want to see what others have done. I wouldn't mind like a rusted out beta look. Like maybe that. But I imagine you can also, you could probably dial it in or simulate a gear even, if needed. No, I think that's fine. Let's take this online. Let's see how badly we get schooled. Just quickly do the super wheel spin casually. Neat. We were B class, weren't we? Yeah. So before we do that, just check on the gearing. Ooh, wow. That 6th gear is going a long way over. That's alright. I'll learn to live with it. Not joining that server. Do you network diagnostics? Yeah, the network diagnostic was I didn't press OK. Yeah, I mean, I'm even worse. I never learned how to drive on manual per se. I got some manual lessons from my mum as a birthday present last year. And I understand the theory of it. It's just it's the getting going that is hard for me. Obviously hill starts, like everyone else, I have trouble with. Or I had trouble with, I should say. Yeah, the biting point, that's the one. Getting it just so. Right, let's go show these fools what an 80s car can do. Yeah, I can understand that. Like, before I bought my car, the last car that I'd driven for a long period of time was my parents' car that had reversing cameras. And the car I have currently doesn't have any sort of reversing assisted sensors or otherwise, and I feel like I've definitely gotten better as a driver / parker as a result. Yeah. Oh, there's like huge advantages to driving an automatic, for sure. Oh, a little bit of understeer. Yeah, I mean, otherwise you'd have to get one of those beer hats or whatever where you could put a coffee cup on each side and have a straw going into them to drink them effectively. Excuse me. Oh, sweet. An event is in progress. I thought the event was about to start. Why wasn't I invited? They were probably just too intimidated by my super rude. Yeah. Definitely a regret of mine that I wasn't taught on a manual, but that's just how it was. We only had an automatic car, and well, that's all we had. So, you know, what are we going to do? Spend $10,000 on a car just to learn a manual? Nope. I have had friends at least one friend through church who straight up just bought a manual. And that was their car, their only car, and that's how they learned to drive a manual. Because they needed to get from A to B, and they had a manual car. Which I feel is a little bit too getting pushed in the deep end for my taste. It's like some of my friends from school whose like first or second ever drives behind the wheel was on a major like A road, 3 lanes at 70 k's. It's a bit much. Maybe wait a couple of weeks. You know, like let them get used to how big an actual car is, kind of thing. Yeah, particularly motorway driving here, because I don't know what the rules are currently, but at least when I was learning to drive, on a learner's permit, you could only drive at 90 kilometers an hour, where the motorway was 100 or 110. Which I feel, I kind of inherited it from my mother, I guess. Just kind of makes it a bit more unsafe. Yeah. I mean, even now, motorway driving can be a little bit spooky. Or, maybe not motorway driving, but A-road driving. If I pay too much attention to the fact that I'm on the inside lane traveling at 70 k's, and there's someone else on the inside lane going the opposite direction traveling 70 k's, shooting past me. If I pay too much attention to that, that can be a bit spooky. Because it's a scary concept, right? You're no more than like a foot or two apart, and there's a 140 kilometer difference between you and speed. Yeah, I haven't experienced motorcycles doing that, at least on the move. They do a lot of, whatever the technical term is, the going in between the traffic when it's at the red light. But it's more cars that have been doing the impatient driver thing of changing from lane to lane to lane to lane in a desperate effort to, I don't know, get home a minute faster than everyone else. Got places to be, Shadow. We're into an event. Let's go. I think I'm just a very, I don't know, relaxed driver, I guess. I just kind of get in a lane. I'm just trying to figure out what I'm going to say. Like, at the end of the day, I will turn left off of this A road. So I get in the leftmost lane when I get on it, and I just kind of sit there. For the most part. If people slow down a lot, I'll you know, move around them, but for the most part, I'll just kind of sit comfortably in that spot and just kind of drive home. Like, it's not a huge distance, because you've got quite the commute, if I remember correctly. Whereas mine's only about 20-30 minutes at the worst. I've got this image of you just driving past your off-ramp because you were overtaken by someone. You can't let that stand. Bloody tofu delivery drivers. that's because they see you as a rival. You're the Mercedes AMG. They're in a BMW M class or whatever. They've got to justify their purchase of the M over the AMG. I thought I saw 2 NSXs earlier. We need some more VTEC on this car. No, that's too much VTEC, sir. Press the Sports Plus button, open up the butterfly valves and the exhaust pipe. We're off to the races, baby. I mean, I'm never in that position where I'm like, I'm gonna overtake someone. I like my Hyundai accent with its 1.4 naturally aspirated 4-cylinder engine. Unless I'm up against like a BMW Isetta, I don't think I'm gonna beat someone off it with a drag at the lights. And the closest thing to a Sports Plus button is a traction control off button. Well, it's a sleeper until you get that wide body kit you were talking about. If you ever end up pulling the trigger on it. Be a little bit less of a sleeper then. No, I mean, that is a lot of money. So I definitely can't blame you for not being able to justify it. I mean, you got to fix up your Buick first, if nothing else. And I mean, these days, the 20 grand can go to paying your electricity and gas bills. We're being warned about gas shortages this winter, which is crazy because we export an enormous amount of gas, but for some reason, we just can't hold on to any of that for us. Oh yes, gotta get that fursuit, and those are not cheap, from what I've heard. I don't know if I've mentioned it before, but I'd love if I was ever to get a fursuit, because I still don't know what to think about fursuits, to be honest. I'd love to get one that's. I've seen Japanese ones that are quite close, a lot closer to a human's proportions. In terms of like, they're closer to gloves rather than the paw or whatever, and the heads are closer to like a motorcycle helmet rather than this giant mascot head thing. They look a lot more proportionally accurate in my eyes than a more conventional fursuit. They're probably significantly more. Ideally, I'd love to. I mean, I think I speak for everyone, but I'd love to have some sort of actuation that you see sometimes where, like I saw one on Twitter the other day where it could blink, the mouth could open and close, I think the tail even could do some stuff, like the whole kit and caboodle. It was crazy. Probably cost an absolute bomb. When it comes to the physical suiting, I can definitely see the appeal of the protogen species, I guess. Just because if you can set up your head properly with like a screen and stuff, you can do a lot more with it in terms of interactivity. At least more easily than you can with a more conventional fur head. I just don't know how I feel about, I guess, the idea of fursuiting in terms of being an accurate representation of the character. Yeah, well, if you haven't lost the weight, you'll lose it by wearing it, right? You'll sweat it out. Like you're wearing a sauna. A sauna. But I often, like, you know, I'm relatively new to the scene and I don't really know anyone who I'd ask anyway. But I would like to know whether people, particularly people with, you know, VTubers and VR chat models, if they feel that that is a more accurate representation, I guess, of their persona than a fursuit is. Good to know. Yeah, and you've also got to try and put a nice fan, exhaust fan or something in the head if you can, to try and get some of that heat out. I mean, there's also the fact that they are so expensive fursuits. I mean, I can totally see why they're so expensive. They are such amazing pieces of craftsmanship in many respects. But it's a hell of a lot of money. And it's unfortunately a lot of money that can really only be used for a couple of things, you know, attending fur cons, concealing your identity during a bank heist, you know, that kind of stuff. But outside of that, there's not a huge amount of utility to them. Well, you'd need like almost like bridesmaids, I guess. You know how they hold the train of a bride. You need something like that to hold the Shadow's train, I guess. Well, that's it. Yeah. Been a long week. I've been doing tender documentation at work, which is, for those who aren't familiar, basically more detailed drawings of the building so you can give them to the builder or builders in this case, and they can say, all right, this is going to cost us X amount of money and it'll be done in X amount of money. So the more information we can give them, the more accurate their pricing is. And it's something that I haven't done before, so it's been a hell of a learning curve. And there's also the knowledge that it's taking longer than it should because I'm learning on the job. And the client is not a fan of that fact because it's costing more money as a result. So it's been rough. The builders that we deal with, at least, properly, are actually quite good. Which is probably why we still deal with them, right? One in particular who the boss wants to get this job is a real good egg. Like, he's got his head screwed on, and he appreciates what we're trying to achieve in terms of making it, keeping because I work in heritage architecture, or heritage adjacent at the very least, and he appreciates that fact and the finishes that are required to achieve that fact. So he's a good fella to work with. For the most part, it hasn't been the builders that have been cowboys, it's been the clients that have been hell to deal with. At least as far as I can tell from being in the office for 7 years, or six or 7 years. Some of our clients have been absolute dicks. What the hell is that? Like not paying things, dragging their feet on decisions, so things just end up blowing out in terms of timescale and cost because they have to be ordered at the last minute. It definitely hasn't been a huge advertisement for going out on my own if I was to do that. Like set up my own practice. Yeah, there was one client that we had basically up until, I want to say, early 21 was when we practically finished on their job. So I'd been involved, they'd been in the office for like 4 years. And they just couldn't make a decision. Oh, no, actually the worst part was that they were really penny pinching. So they'd try and get the best deal humanly possible out of a supplier or a contractor. And then they'd often bypass the supplier. These were a Chinese couple. They'd often bypass the supplier and go direct to the manufacturer in China and buy it like at the manufacturing cost, cutting out any sort of margin that the contractor would have gotten from ordering it. Any kind of, you know, how people just, as a part of the course, you expect them to add like 10% on something that they're selling because they've got to earn a living too. So there were just a lot of stuff like that which really made things difficult. Because people in the office would go out of the way to try and get like good deals for these folk, and then they just blow it up. But yeah, absolutely, there are some things that you just have to spend the money on. Because you can either spend some money on it to begin with, or you can spend a lot of money on it at a later point. blows up in your face. But there are some things that will just demand This would be a good looking car with a tray enclosure, I guess you'd call it. Yeah. I'm not, I guess, senior enough would be the word, to be involved with the intricacies, I guess you'd call it, of contract negotiation and stuff like that, but the office is small. It's literally one room. It's not a small room, but it's one room, and we're all in it. Boss and everyone underneath them. There's only 5 of us in total. So you can hear the exasperation when things aren't going right. Like, there was one client that I think is still a client, who seems to be of the opinion that we are trying to, what's the word, kind of pull the wool over his eyes, just charge him more than we need to, because we're trying to, we've got consultants that we use and that we know, but he seems to be of the opinion that there's some sort of kickback arrangement. By using our consultants, they'll pay us some sort of loyalty fee. So he wants to use his own consultants or whatever, and it's one of those things where I think because the boss has a, what's the word, almost like a felt obligation to do the best by this old building, that we're still there. I think it would be sensible for us not to be, and just kind of call it quits, because it sounds like, I mean, to my admittedly relatively naive perspective, it's going to be more trouble than it's probably worth. Yeah, definitely. I think it's projection, to be honest. I think it's how he operates. And he is assuming that that's how it operates all the time. Because the other thing that I've noticed about some terrible clients is that they think they know everything. Or they know enough, like just enough, that they extrapolate it to knowing everything. Like they've, polished a deck. They've, what's the word? Lacquered a deck once. And now they're experts on timber finishing and stuff like that. Crazy, because I had a dinner with some people from the Bible study I'm in this year, and one of them asked if I enjoyed my job, and I wasn't entirely certain how to answer that, to be honest, because I don't know. Like, I definitely enjoy the convenience. It's only 30 minutes away. boss is probably a little bit too casual about leave and stuff like that. And he's been very forgiving of mistakes that I've made and what have you. But I don't know. I don't know if when I grow up, in air quotes, if I want to be in that profession. But then again, I don't necessarily know what else I want to be in either. But yeah, you're right. Swings and roundabouts, right? You're not going to love every day at the office. But I don't know necessarily if I love most of the days at the office. So I never know how to answer that question. It's weird because I feel like I should be able to answer that question, right? I'm trying to think what car I want to drive online. What about that E-Type that we had? $781. Let's take. Let's take the stock E-Type. The top of B class, I reckon. Anyway, that's my quasi-parasocial therapy session for today. Thank you for coming.
Turn around when it is safe to do so. In 400 meters, turn left.
I think it doesn't help for me because there's an older Indian fellow and the boss, and they both talk about kind of needing a love for the job or passion for it and that kind of stuff. And I just don't know if that's something I have per se. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely how I view it. It's a means to an end, and that end is currency.
You have arrived at your destination.
And not living on the streets, unless I want to. What can we do? Well, the other question is, what have we done so far? Oh, we haven't upgraded the exhaust. Well, we've got to do that. Have we done anything to the tyres then? Yes, okay, we've got street current. Do we have fat? Yeah, we've got big boy with back. Do we have the spoiler on? Alright, Wolf. You go to sleep properly this time. You won't see me tomorrow though, because I've got a wedding, as I suggested. So I will see you on Wednesday. Have a good weekend in my absence though. We did do something to the gearbox. We got 6 gears, yeah. Must have the gearbox. Five, 4, 4, 9. Okay. Really balanced. Try and keep it naturally aspirated. Maybe not. Already at the maximum upgrade. You did more to the tires, I guess. Go sport tire. Get better handling and better acceleration. Oh, we could do some weight reduction too. Is it drive line? That did nothing actually. Fortunate. What about the flywheel? Bit of something? That'll do. But as close as we're gonna get it, I think. Let's take this bad boy online now. Just jiggle the controller a little bit. What is with this cable? Oh yeah. That's the good stuff right there. If I was 007, I definitely would have requested an E-Type and not a DB5, to be honest. I do have a soft spot for Aston Martins now, but I think back then, it'd be hard-pressed to go past the E-Type. How else? Faster touch. And a little bit. See how this feels. Pretty good. Give me like the 2010s, late 2000s V8 Vantage thing. Because I mean, on that note, I must confess, I'm not entirely certain if the DB11 is more attractive than the DB9 to me, to be honest. DB9 is a very good looking car, even today. Back online, B-Type. Let's go. Oh wait, sorry, from like, yes, that one, from way back when. Classic. Forgot about that one. For whatever reason I could only think of the DB7 Vanquish from Die Another Day on the Ice. I could only think of that car. I don't think I've seen that movie, that one. Living Daylights or whatever it is. Thinking about it, I've really only seen Pierce Brosnan Bonds, and that's about it. Oh, and Daniel Craig. Is that GoldenEye or The World Is Not Enough? Oh no, it was GoldenEye, you're right. I always had a soft spot for the remote control 7 series he had in Tomorrow Never Dies. Partly because that's my favourite Bond film. But it's definitely one of the cooler ones. Like, having a remote control for your car, even now, is still pretty sci-fi. In my opinion, at least. Right, who are we up against? A Volvo, MX-5, RX-7, a Quattro, a Pulsar, GTR, WRX, and a Daytona. The Z8, or the Z8? No, Z8. It was a weird car. Weird looking car, in my opinion. Yeah, like I know what you're referencing. Because I've seen the part of the film where it goes into the water, but I don't think I haven't seen the film that it actually happened in. I haven't watched much of I've watched one Roger Moore film. Partly because my mum was never a fan of his. He thought he cheapened the role. Didn't treat it as seriously as he thought it should have been. And I guess that's kind of imprinted on me. Damn, this game sounds nice. Oh, that's right, it was in the Saint, wasn't it? I've lost my license plate. I can go as fast as I want now. Thank you for the boost into the power range. Damn, it sounds good at about 6,000 RPM. Shift gears are really flat here for this car. Doesn't have it anywhere near the kind of forward thrust that the four below it seem to have. Thank you, Sergeant. Of course, joke's on them. They've got 5 bolts on their wheels, whereas I've just got a simple mallet lock. I can change my tires so much faster. Well done the Volvo for coming second. We stand a practical fast car. Not a fan of that shade of blue though. Explain, Shadow. Oh, tweak the gearing. Got it. Yes, well, it looks like we're being booted back to the selection screen, so I might take this opportunity to have a look at the gearbox. Take it out, put it under the microscope for a little bit. Yeah, I definitely need to have a look at it. I might need some of your assistance though, because it's not. I've never really delved into that level of granularity. Give that a miss for now, and we'll jump into the tuning menu and tune. So we want to is move the mouse back over to the other computer. It's like 1 through 4 are fine. So by shortening, do you mean towards acceleration or towards speed? I'm assuming towards acceleration. That makes the bar shorter. If I then do that overall, move the final drive across a touch. Can I make everything worse by doing that? I'm going to see what that does. Three. Nice. Damn, this car sounds good. Yeah, it's definitely good for up until 4th gear, as you saw. Yeah, there we go. 5th gear's getting a lot more responsive now. So we're going up a jump. Missed the cliff. Nope. It's fine. Yeah, I think it is. A little bit hesitant, but it's not as bad as it was. Oop. I'm impressed I made it past those trees. Yeah, I might actually. 1000 XP, don't mind if I do. Okay, how often I drive along this road. Find and smash all 250 bonus boards in Mexico. There you go, congratulations to us. Go for an extra 5 points of slowing down. Try and get back to 40-ish. Seems like 5th gear is a lot smaller than even 6th gear on that. Yeah, let's leave it like that. I mean, we haven't really encountered 6th gear yet, so we'll get some prizes. Yeah, we've got almost 500 Newton meters. Yeah, 5th gear seems to be working pretty well. I guess there's really only one way to find out for certain, right? The crucible that is online. Yeah, 5th gear at the very least isn't a complete waste of time like it was before. So that in of itself is a huge improvement. Show the younger generation what a boomer can do. Oh, a highway, that's good too. I wonder if I can probably afford to lengthen 5th gear. Maybe, because it jumps from 4th gear and it... From 4th gear it jumps to 5th and it stays at about 5,000 RPM. Not by a huge amount. I feel like I can definitely shorten it a little bit. Yeah, because all the other gears go to about 4,500 or so. And 5th gear's 5,100. Surely it doesn't have to be that aggressive. I'll have to think about that. Oh, an event is in progress. Okay, well, I'm just going to leave then. You're not going to let me in? That's cool. Oh, what a lovely sunrise or sunset we've arrived. Get back to there. See if that works. Oh, forward gear. I think so. Certainly sounds nice. And it handles pretty well as well. Pretty nice. It's not the fastest in a straight line, but it's pretty quick. And it doesn't slow down quite as much anymore in 5th gear, which is nice. Let's try Street B-Class. See how that, if that treats us a bit better than Road B-Class. Yeah, you've always said that there's a lot of tuning involved in B-Class. And I guess we're learning that now, right? I'm always surprised at how vertical the windshield is on an E-Type. And when I picture it in my mind, it's a lot more slanted. Baja Beetle, MX-5, Civic 97, A86, and a GTO. I think I saw a GTO the other day, actually, last Sunday. At the McDonald's car park in reel them in. All up, doing terribly. Ooh, that's a mistake there. GTO on my tail, I think. Mitsubishi. Fifth gear is still a weakness of mine, it seems. Thank you. I think I thanked him for the boost. Well, we're in front of him again. Yeah, an absolute bird. Probably need to brake that much. Thank you, Sergeant. I was hoping it'd go wide for that house. That'd be perfect. There's always one, right? There's always one who's decided they're going to win by any means necessary. By hook or by crook. And it's often by crook. better. Fix my mic computer. Alright, let's go to the next one. Hopefully there's more races so they can run some interference for me on the GTO. There's a few more. Maybe one more? Yeah, we got another MX-5. Pretty impressive looking Civic. Maybe it's too old. Maybe they want cars that they had posters on their walls, like the Volkswagen Class 5 bug. Go, 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 damn it! I knew too late that we were going down the tunnels. Come on, don't do the same thing. Be better. This isn't exactly been a tour de force of talent. Anything but, in fact. Go first person, see if that helps. POV, Jow, driving home from work on a Friday. Yeah, they were struggling so much that they decided to give up the ghost. So nice. Ow. So it does make me disappointed we're not outside. Because the external gearbox, the external exhaust note is so much nicer. It was still accelerating up that hill in fifth gear, even if it was slowly. Yeah, you're not wrong. Apparently you can get a like a knockoff version, which just uses like a webcam. So you don't have to have the IR tracking head stuff. It'll just track your face with a face cam and you can just use that. I'm tempted to look into it. Get a relatively cheap but well-reviewed second-hand camera or something like that. Slap it on here and try to use it for knockoff track IR stuff. I used to be really big into, well, into the idea at least of Arma 2 and a little bit into Arma 3, and there was a big scene for people who used track IR in that world, because in the Arma series games you can detach your viewpoint from looking straight down the gun. You can like turn your head left and right. So for example, if you're running across a field, you can keep running, you know, holding W and shift to sprint across the field, but you can look to your left or your right to see where the traces are coming from and what have you. It's a cool feature that I think more games should implement too. But yeah, that's where I first heard about it. About Track.io. That would have been, yeah, so long ago now. They're great games, but they're a big time investment. They're mill sims, so if you want to play them properly, you need a clan, I suspect. And that's why I don't like playing first person online. You get this weird ghost at the beginning of the race. Civic is shooting past VTech for the day. Rob. Okay, that was entirely my own fault. Yeah, it was definitely a game that I was enamored with. That's probably the best word. This GTO driver is having a little bit of trouble. I'm doing too much better. That'll avoid those rock edges, gardens. They slow you down so much. And it's getting crazy. It's like they're made out of gravitational singularity. Nuts how much they slow you down. I had my eyes on the screen. There's no reason why I shouldn't have seen it coming. How's the GTO not overtaken me? Prison cell block H. That was vaguely familiar. Also, I'm such a gamer that when I glanced at Prison Cell Block H first, I read it as Splinter Cell. So, oops. No, right? I've only played a little bit of it. My brother quite liked them, and we played a little bit in co-op, and I remember getting knocked out because I was trying to snake cam, or whatever you call it, a door, and the guard opened it, like, just ran through it, and just knocked me out. Laid me down. I should have a look at that game, though. on stream or something. I think I've got them on, at least some of them on Uplay, because they were giving them away at one point. I don't have any huge affiliation to Steam or whatever. If they're giving away a game, I'll probably sign up for the service. That's how I set up the Rockstar launcher ages back, because they were giving away San Andreas. The original, not the remake. And I was like, yeah, sure. Let's do it one more time. In a different car, perhaps?
Feels so good.
But what could it be? A Forza Vauxhall? Nah, it's Spirit Tire. Ford Pursuit? It's got terrible acceleration. Now we'll just stick the tag. I can't remember if it's actually silver or if it's like a very pale. I think it's actually a very pale duck egg blue, but in like a metallic. Maybe even not even metallic. I think I was trying to go for a kind of French racing color. I'm pretty sure like British racing green and the Germans was silver, but I think French racing blue was theirs. I think it's probably a lot bluer than what I'm doing. Anyway, let's try and not come last. A pretty tricked out NSX. And it's wet. No, I mean, you're not too far off. It's pretty damn close to silver, but it's only just a hint of blue away from silver. You're going down to the tunnel, Joe. Ooh, if we could have turned there, that would be fantastic. It was a bold decision to not turn by my character, but it didn't really pay off either. But we like a risk taker here on Twitch.tv/manager. I run our own channel now. Embarrassment, not embarrassment. Let's go back inside. Definitely feels like a proper dipstick in. Thank you, Sergeant. Around the corner. Oh, I didn't even see that. Through the hot dog van. Oh, the hot dog cart, really, now that I think of that properly. See that guy right on me in the wind mirror, in the rearview mirror. He hit something. We're more in the clear. Alrighty. We didn't do too badly then. And at the very least, I would say we looked the best doing it. Yeah, I had a feeling that NSX probably knew what was up, given the way it was painted. Yeah, it's classic. A regal way to finish. Oh, of course it's anime. See, that's not classy. You're an unclassy fox. Not like this fox. This fox in his jag. Same contingent as before. Time to go. Almost made it around that guy. Damn it, I overshot it. There we go. Tussle going on up there. Time to go. We're caught up to the peloton. Nice. Driving on our own. Pretty tight packet out of that section. They keep pulling away. I want to try one thing before I finish up the stream tonight with this car, which I think may be its kind of place. It's a lovely shot too, actually. I think this car would do very well on the Forza Horizon Festival circuit. That proper race circuit there. I think it would do very well there. I think it's best suited to tracks that don't have a long straight on them. And unfortunately, that's a lot of street races, because they're sprints. There's a lot of straights or long winding corners where you can just put the foot down. tight here. I'm actually slowed down for that one. I should sped up here around that piece. Now we're stretching out. Archeon's doing the on the grass routine. A great effect, it looks like. We ran into the car. Be terrifying to do IRL mode. Archeon's in first, hold on you. You're in last place a couple of turns ago. That's someone with a race plan right there. Come on. Reel him in, Jack. Kind of bouncing off the egg. The kind of rubber band is back into my way, unfortunately. Great success. Mission don't come last. 2 out of 3 times. You love to see. Let's try and we'll do just an offline race on the Horizon Festival track. Niet. Even splurge and fast travel. No, I reckon I just want regular race. No, it's definitely not that one. That's S2. That one. Current car. I really like this track full stop. It's a good track. I really enjoy the corners in it and stuff. It's nice how it's got that bridge that goes over some of the track, goes underneath. It's a nice track. The kind of swooping corner at the end. Yeah, the hairpins. your spaggy marbles in your Morgan or whatever it is. Get it. I mean, I know the AI, but we're definitely doing pretty well. But I think these boys are the second hardest AI. Yeah, but this is definitely feeling a lot more at home on this track. We barely entered the fifth gear. Than it was on the street sprints we were gauging previously. Gosh darn it, sounds good. I've never experienced it myself in driving, but I do kind of miss the idea of having the wing mirrors on the car's bonnet. Seems like a cool vacation. It would have been a real son bitch to set up. Oh, I guess everyone knew what they were. I need to reinvent the wheel, right? Alright, that felt really at home on that track. Yeah. No, I definitely prefer the two mirror setup. Just makes me feel more safe, I guess. Being able to look in all the down the side of the car on both sides. We're going to call it there. It is officially Saturday over here. I've been alive for 4 hours, as Stay Healthy Bot has kindly reminded me. Oh yeah, it'd be a great car to cruise in it. Jag. If I could rent one or something, that would be sick. Aside from the fact I can't drive it properly, being that it would probably be in a manual. We are going to switch to the conclusion screen. Much better. We're going to raid MX. Huffin? Is that how we spell it? Yeah. I will see you on Wednesday. Thank you. I hope to have fun at my wedding. I hope you enjoy your weekends and your start to the week. Until then, let us go say hi to Puffin. And as I said, have a good time. Cheerio.